What's up, guys? First day back in a few days. You know how it is. It's always something that gets in my way. I had trouble sleeping the past few days. Like, I literally only slept like 4 hours the night before last. Slept like 6 hours last night. Slept like 6 hours the night before that. I just haven't been getting good sleep. I have some things going on in my life that I think are keeping me from being able to sleep good currently, just like personal stuff. And like I had to take a nap. I had to take a nap like 2 days in a row. After I got off work, I was just like too tired to code. I literally couldn't. So, and you know, there's other things I had to take care of because I work, and all that stuff. But anyway, so today we're back at it. Not the earliest start I wanted to get, but it's all right. So anyway, we're gonna jump over. Let's see what we did last. Okay, actually, yeah, I did a little coding session the other night. I finished skeleton click card with attribute list timestamp append code and skeleton draw card, and this was receive section, because that was for receive. So that's where I stopped, I guess. Let me see. So our current issue number 1 is perfect timestamp application. We're finished restructuring DTM code in client. Current focus is send object by object inside dirtcheck section. Yep, and then also receive. So let's hold off on send for now. Because I was making good progress with receive. I pretty much decided I was gonna just finish receive, and then, well, I'm kind of like working hand in hand, but I get in like a rhythm. I'm like, I'm gonna stay here for a while, and then whatever feels right, wherever the wind blows me toward is kind of how it goes. Anyway, so we stopped at dirtcheck receive else section. Need to review the changes, and I actually did that. Yeah, I actually did that when I did that little session. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I reviewed that. Almost positive. So the current attribute for receive was finished round scores. Add in receive logic to apply list changes. C equals clear A for append. Okay. So let's go jump over and look at that, because I thought I might have finished that, but I'm not sure. So let's go over here. So this is receive and dirtcheck. That's where we're at. Let's minimize this else. And we should review else. I wanted to just skip that, but I need to just do it. Just always good to just do a review. So we'll I'll put this review else section. Okay. So let's go back over here and look for finished round scores. Okay, so oh, wait a second. We actually are not gonna transfer finished round scores. Didn't we decide on that? Because finished round scores is is part of the player class. It is a player object attribute or property, which means we don't need to handle, well, okay, so we do need to still handle data transfer. I'm confusing data transfer with data dictionary timestamp updates. So we don't need to do the timestamping, but we do need to do the regular skeleton. Well, for that one, we don't need skeleton. It's just like it's just integers. It's just a list of integers, I believe, or just an integer itself. So yeah, so that's not actually done, and this would fall under the else for receive. So let me just look it up real quick to refresh myself on this. Let's see. So we go to our view. Although rare, definitely could be an issue. Okay. So yeah, we disabled the time variable, which is for the time dictionary, and that's fine. Now this is the else for receive, and okay, so it is, yeah, it is handled in this else. This is the list of stuff that's handled in this else. So currently, we just have it set to, well, how about this? Since we're already looking at the else, let's just go ahead and review this else. Because that was on my to-do, and this was the last section I worked on. So I'm just going to review this from the top right here. Alright, so we have, this is a receive section in dirt check. It's if adder name is equal to card group data, then we have skeleton deck, skeleton player data, skeleton clickable card list, skeleton click card list, skeleton clicked card, skeleton draw card, and then we have our else. So this handles all the other attributes that are not handled above here in these if lifts for at the primary head level, whatever you call it, of dirt check receive section. So we say else, and then if other client is equal to false, then current or other string is equal to current. Okay, because if other client is false, then that means we're dealing with the current client. Fair enough. If other client is equal to true, cur or other string is equal to other, which makes sense because if we're dealing with the other client, then we're dealing with, we want the string to be other, because it's a prefix. It's actually gonna be a prefix for this object here. So if dirster is equal to player or dirster is equal to game, then the object, so this is a new if. So we have if elif for cur other, then we have a new if, which is good. That's right. And yeah, it's at the correct indentation. So let's go ahead and 2-star this, and then same here. If dirster is equal to player, dirster is equal to game. Fair enough. Object is equal to eval cur other string plus underscore plus dir string, which is going to be current or other plus underscore and then plus the dir string, and the dir string is going to be player or game. So we have player or game, right? So that means our object is going to either be current player, current underscore player, or other underscore player, or current underscore game, or other underscore game. And it's going to eval that string. And that should be right. Let's just go ahead and triple check and look at current player. Make sure that's what we use, which I'm pretty certain we do, but let's just see. Okay, so we definitely do use it, but where is it assigned actually? Let's see. Okay, right here. Current player is equal to P1, and then we also assign current game and other game. Same thing if ID is 2. Current game is equal to P2 game, current player is equal to P2. Same difference. Alright, now back to where we were, right here. Okay. So the object is the eval of that, and that should access that actual object. And then we have elif dir is equal to deck. Then the object is going to be master deck, because whenever we modify anything, and we wanted to triple check that, oops, that's not what we want to do. We want to make sure that we are looking for we're accessing the correct object right here. So this is for, what is this for? This is for client send. What is this? This is send. Yeah, so basically we have the same locations, currently this zero check call is not used as use really. This is an attention grabbing string just in case it is used at some point. Okay, so for other client locations and send, object 2 is not used. Okay, and this is before send game ID param. Okay, I was reading the comments here. Which one is equal to master deck? So yeah, that's going to be our object. That's the one that we use. And then for locations, the object is going to be, so we don't, okay, that's what I put. We don't pass in locate. Yeah, because we don't actually need it, and I think that technically we don't need to use this object 1, object 2 structure anymore. I think I have like a more direct way of accessing these objects that's less confusing as far as the namespace of like passing in object 1 and object 2, and the question of, well, what is object 1 if dir is player or game or deck or locations? It's kind of confusing, and I think we narrowed it down to be less variable to where it's we're going to end up restructuring the parameters for dir check, but we're going to do that like when we're done with the DTM data transfer modification, because you know that's when we should do it. We're still like modifying everything. So I believe that, yeah, this is definitely what we want. We want the master deck because that's the object we're going to be modifying. Yep. I mean, I knew that. I just wanted to triple check, make sure we're good on that. And then this is locate. Obviously, it's going to be the same case as master deck. It's a shared object. So we only have one, just like we only have one master deck that's shared between the two clients. was just thinking about race conditions with that, because we are using a master deck. It would be the same thing as if we only had one player object, and that being used between two different threads on the server side is probably a risk. Yeah, it probably is technically a data integrity issue. Now, whether or not it's actually going to cause problems, that's questionable. But that's like the whole reason behind being a programmer is you want to make sure everything is secure. We don't want to just be like, forget about it. So I think that I should at least put this in things to do as something to review. And yeah, so I'll just put it is actually a pressing issue, but I'm pretty familiar with the project and how it works right now, and I'm not so super concerned about it. Doesn't mean I shouldn't be, but anyway, we'll put it in non-pressing issues for now. So we'll say master deck locations, or locate rather, race condition, and we'll put the date, which is the 16th, and we're going to say review data security concerning race condition possibilities, etc., due to master deck locate being between both client threads server side. I believe they are technically at risk of race conditions. I don't worry so much about the issue practically, but it needs to be reviewed. Okay, yeah, so we'll worry about that another time. I don't want to get sidetracked. Okay, so locate, and let's just verify that this is the correct object. Yeah, so that's what we use. Yep, so that's what we use. And there was another concern I had about this resituate cards no sound thing. I was worried about. I'm gonna look at that just really quick. Okay. Let me hop over and look at resituate cards no sound. Def resituate. Okay, so we have resituate cards no sound is a calculated property. The setter appends to the C1 change attribute list. Okay. Just make sure. I probably have this. Okay, it's only one place. No, it doesn't exist anywhere. Cool. So when we transfer resituate cards no sound, we send it under this namespace, under the internal use, and whenever we receive it, that's how we'll receive it. And whenever we apply the data, we're going to bypass the setter, which would append this to the attribute list again if we did not bypass the setter. So it is correct for us to use the internal use, because when we modify it directly on the side that it is initially modified from, whichever side that is, client or server side, okay, yeah, I was just making sure when we modify it, we are modifying the actual non-internal use, and it looks like that is the case, which is good. Cool. So we're good there. We can get rid of this. Alright. Now, okay, so we're good on that. Let's close this out. Go back over here. Alright. Now, next line. If other client is equal to false. So we have our if elif for cur other string, if elif for dir string, which assigns the object, and these don't need to be evaluated because they're already in the proper format, the non-string version. And then we say if other client is equal to false, and I know we just asked that already, but you know, we don't like to repeat ourselves, although I am, you know, what is the alternative? The alternative would be assigning another variable to true here, and then we would check that variable down there, but like, what's the point when you could just check this variable and it's one less line? It's really no big deal, so it's fine. Then if the other client is equal to false, which means we're dealing with the current client, then we say if adder name in current client dot timedict adder name list. So technically we could concatenate these two if statements, couldn't we? Couldn't we say if other client is equal to false and if adder name? No, because we want the else. Gotcha. So we'll leave it like this. So this is fine. If other client is equal to false, let's read this comment. Checks to see if adder name is in current client timedict adder name list to determine if we need to check the timedict timestamp prior to data application. If the name is not in this list, that means we do not need to check the timestamp because the timedict timestamp because the value is not modified on the client side. Okay, good. And then this other note says this section doesn't handle player or deck dir strings because none of their attributes exist in the timedict. Okay, that's a good note. Now, if adder name in current client.timedict adder name list, so if it is in the attribute dictionary, let's just make sure we have this name right. Let's do Control F on it. Yep, that's the correct name. So we check to see if the attribute name is in the current client. And where is adder name? Where does that come from? Well, that's the arg that we pass to dir check, if I remember correctly. All that stuff got expanded when I did this search. These other searches, rather. Yeah, so adder name is the argument that we pass. So we say if adder name is in current calling at time, make adder name list. And then this is a comment which says an if clause that when expanded shows the list of attributes the parent if clause handles. This says if you want to read the time dict adders, this clause handles. Okay? And this is all the ones it takes care of. Choose multiple cards, click card active, click card, enter continue text active, game state, highlight click cards, list bool, input text final, multiple choice active, multiple choice text 1, multiple choice text 2, P1 prior name, P2 prior name, prior input text, round and winter sound bool, selected choice. Selected choice, I think I need to review. A song num, text input active, and then resituate cards, no sound. Okay, so choose multiple cards is a boolean. Click card active is a boolean. Clicked card is going to be a, let's see. Click card is going to be, let's do def click card. Let me see. Okay, so it is a calculated property, and we say something change to be this append current time game because it's associated with the game object. Skeleton click card for the adder name, and then val. So that is handled. Wait a second. Isn't this handled up here? Yeah, we even put a note. It says skeleton draw card. I assume so they're handled above this. But what about? Oh, I put the wrong. Nope, skeleton draw cards handled as well. So skeleton clickable card list, skeleton clicked cards list, skeleton clicked card, and skeleton draw card are handled separately. And we correctly assign the clicked card. Okay, I just wanted to verify that as well. So this actually is not handled by this section because it is handled above. Let me just triple check. Yeah, so that's clicked card, and yeah, skeleton clicked card has its own elo section, so it would not be handled there. So let's go to DTM because I'm pretty sure clicked card is in there. So do we still use the clicked card right, okay, so clicked card clicked card is in the time dict, so it wouldn't be down here. And we do need the, technically the clicked card should stay in the time dict adder set because it is checked. Yeah, the timestamp is checked as far as the time dict goes. Let me just make sure when we do update clicked card that it is updating the timestamp associated with clicked card and not with skeleton clicked card. Okay, yeah, so we have time clicked card. So that is the correct value. Okay, so yeah, this is good. And just to verify the time dictionary, let's look at that real quick. Let's put equals in the curve. Alright, so this is when it gets assigned at the beginning of dir check. So we can actually modify this, though, I just realized, because this is going to, we don't have to assign, we don't send the time dictionary anymore. We don't need to, because we only are going to use the time dict on the receiving side to check the timestamp, but it's only since we changed dir check, it doesn't like handle a bunch of things each time it's called. It only handles one thing per call. So that means we don't need the time dict to update all of these values. And here's what I'm thinking. I'm like, hold up, wait a second. Doesn't that mean that we don't actually need the time dictionary? Because couldn't we just couldn't we just access these timestamps directly? Because that's the whole philosophy now, you know, is I've learned just be more direct. I don't need to go through a middleman when I can just go directly to what I'm looking for. Like, is there a reason for me to keep the time dictionary now? Because why can't I just pass the adder name? Because it's passed to dir check. I can just look up the adder name, and I can like dynamically there's no reason for me to store all this in a dictionary, because I did before, because I would send it and that was the timestamp I would use. But now, whenever we send a data change for any specific thing, we append the we have the timestamp of that data point change attached to, like, it's one single unit when it gets sent. So when it gets received, we don't need to check the time dictionary value for the timestamp. That was how we did it before. But now we send the actual timestamp of when it was changed along with that. It's a dictionary, or rather it's a list element. Yeah, it's a list element in the changed attribute list. The changed attribute list is sent in lieu of the time dict. It contains all the data point timestamps. So since we don't need to send these timestamps, because when we receive it, we're not checking the time dict timestamp, we're checking the change attribute list data timestamp. the only, like, so we don't have to send it. We still need these time variables because that is a way to store the time that they were last changed on the client side or the receiving side, but it's a local reference. It's not a non-local reference. So as I'm talking through this, as I'm thinking about this, I'm becoming more certain that we in fact do not need we don't need the time dictionary, like, at all. We can simply pass, which we already do, the timestamp as a, well, actually, I'm sorry. When we need the time dict, well, I call them the time dict attributes, but they're about to just be I'll call them the time adders. When we need the time adders, it's because we're receiving something that was in the time dict, and we need to compare that timestamp against the timestamp for the data we're receiving, which is the timestamp R right here. So what we're going to do, let me see. So here's what we can do. What we're going to do is we're going to convert the time dict, I think, to a time list. Let's go to things to do, and we'll put this in a things to do. As a pressing issue, this will be... This will be our number one thing because that's time dict removal. We'll call it restructure. And for 1624, restructure time dict to be a class attribute. That is a list instead of a dict. The list will contain the string names of the adders, since these names need to be referenced still. Comparison on receive side. Will contain only this implies we would access the time adders directly via the adder name R passed to dircheck. instead of accessing them via also implies we no longer need to update the at the beginning of the very check. Alright, so let's go ahead and take care of that. And let me just verify that it would indeed work. Let's see. So, oh man, tell you that not getting enough sleep has it's really caught up with me. It's messing me up the past couple days from I was too tired to code, and then today I'm still behind, not as behind, but I'm gonna power through it. Try not to drink too much coffee though, because you know, coffee's a double-edged sword. Anything that gives you energy takes it away. You know what I mean? So we're going to just verify real quick that we don't need the time dict. We already went through it. I'm just gonna think about this for just another second. Yeah, so we pass in the adder name. The adder name is gonna coincide with the keys in what is now the time dict, which will become the time list. And yeah, we're gonna just check the time list instead of the time dict, so I'm gonna have to go through that and change all the instances of time dict to time list. And we can actually just make this a client class object reference instead of creating it twice because it's static. So like basically it's basically like a global variable. It's not going to be modified. It's set in stone. It's not ever going to be updated. So we could actually use, and let me see, like what is more time efficient? Is it more time efficient to use a set to access like values in a set, a tuple, or a list? I think tuples are faster than lists, I read, because they are immutable and they don't have the overhead that checks, you know, for like appends and all that stuff, or like, I'm sorry, not appends. Well, I'm having a brain fart here, but I know there's a reason. The tuple is faster because they're immutable, which means when you are like searching for an item in the tuple, what's the difference between searching for an item in a list? Well, a list can have duplicates, so there is that. Tuples can have duplicates as well. I'm tripping. Well, yeah, you can't pop from a tuple. Right? I'm so brain fart right now. I'm just like, wait a second. You can't pop from a tuple, can you? Pretty sure that's the case. Oh, I forgot. Every time, bro, I forget to upload my stream to my very small group of friends. Let us make sure that our link is working. It's loading. And anyway, I'm sure that it'll work. So now we are gonna post this real quick. Any day now. Okay, there it goes. Alright, so the link is working. That's good. Alright, back to this. Let's ask Gemini. I wanted to ask Gemini those two things. I'm tired, man. Always tired. I have to get better sleep. I went to bed like on time. I just couldn't sleep. Just couldn't sleep at all. So the internet is apparently extraordinarily slow. I was asking about Artemis Entreri's dagger. But we're going to ask Gemini this question. Can you pop from a tuple? Can you pop from a tuple? Can you pop from a tuple? For some reason, Gemini cannot hear me very well. Whenever I use Gemini, it's like Google understands me perfectly, but Gemini just like doesn't. Now, you cannot directly pop elements from a tuple. Tuples are immutable, meaning their elements cannot be changed after they're created. This makes them useful for storing data that should not be modified. Here are some alternative approaches depending on what you want to achieve. The most common way to remove an element from a tuple is to create a new tuple that excludes. Okay. Convert to list if a modification is needed. Okay. And alright. I should have known that. I just like had a brain fart, but you know. This happens when you're tired. Can't think straight. Brain's at like 60%. So we would actually just go back here and you guys hear that is a tuple or set. Type. It's kind of embarrassing. Now let's ask, which is faster, a list or a? Let me type this out because Gemini can hear what the damn. Which is faster, accessing a tuple or accessing a set? In Python, accessing an element by index from a tuple is generally faster than accessing an element from a set. Here's a breakdown of why. Tuples store the elements in a specific order. When you access an element by index, Python can directly calculate the memory location. Okay. Sets use a data structure called a hash table for storing elements. Hash tables store key value pairs where the key is a unique identifier for the element, and the value is the element itself. To access an element in a set, Python needs to calculate a hash value for the element you're trying to access. Look up that hash value in the hash table. If the hash value is found, follow a series of steps to locate the actual element associated with the hash value. While hash tables offer efficient lookups on average, especially for adding or removing elements, the additional steps involved in the lookup process can make them slightly slower than direct indexing in tuples for retrieval operations. So from what I'm reading here is, if you are accessing if you have access to the index, use a tuple. But if you don't have access to an index, maybe it's faster to use a set. The performance between tuples and sets become more significant for larger data structures. For very small tuples and sets, the difference might be negligible. fast retrieval by index, a tuple is generally preferred. For checking membership or working with unique elements, a set is more suitable, even with the slightly slower average lookup time. Okay, so we're going to go with the tuple. Okay, so we will go with the tuple. So let's, first things first, we're going to look for time dict, and that is assigned here. And we're going to change this to be the time tuple. Time tuple. And it is a tuple. Subdata and dir check contains all times of data for the various items transferred over proper data assignment. Okay. It is not updated in dir check anymore. It simply has a purpose, which is contains all of the attribute string names for all contains all of the attribute string names for all of the items, for all of the adders that are modified both client and server side. Contains all the attribute string names for all the adders that are modified both client and server side. This includes, this list consists of a subset of all transferred attributes, excluding the player adders and what else? And some others. Not positive word. So the time tuple is actually going to be a tuple. And now we're going to do time dict here in this file. And we're going to grab all of this. Oh yeah, but clicked card. Oh no, okay, we do want clicked card in it because yeah. Okay, so we do want. Let me see. Okay, and we also we have the game time lists dicts. Now that one is different. So what about that one for clickable card list? Isn't that's handled in its own section, isn't it? Clickable card list and clicked cards list. Yeah, that's its own thing. Yep. Okay. Just wanted to triple check that. So we're gonna copy this. We're gonna delete it from here. Well, actually, I will copy all of this, including the player ones, just so we have them in case we need them. Now we can go all the way back up to the top and time dict adder. Oh, so okay, we actually have the time dict adder name list. So that's basically what this is. Basically, what this is. Let's see. check this real quick. Whenever we modify the, which one? The clicked card. Okay, yeah, we checked the timed entry for clicked card. Yeah, we already checked that actually. Okay, yeah. Alright. And then skeleton draw card. That is not evaluating the time deck. Yeah, okay. And that was which one? We don't need the draw card. Let's just make sure the draw card's not in there. Okay, it's not. I want to make sure that these match. How many do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Alright, yeah, 23. Cool. So they're exactly the same. So now we can it's not going to be you know what? I'm going to put this in the removed section. Put this back where it was real quick. We're going to copy this whole thing. So we're going to put it in a, what's it called? Old features removed or whatever. And now we can get rid of this. And this will be our tuple. But I want to, okay, so then we're going to have to, I'll put this as a note right now, is, say, just realize this is essentially the indicator name list. Therefore, we will convert the places which reference the above object to instead refer to the time tuple. Alright. Alright, so we're at the 1 hour mark. I'm going to take a little 5-minute break real quick. Yeah, we're going to take a little break. Okay, I'm back. Break time is over indeed. Drank a little bit of coffee. Try not to go too heavy on it, because I'm concerned it keeps you up at night, which probably does. Okay, yeah, so we will convert the place with reference to the above object and set refer to the time to. So what should we do first? Well, I think first we should we'll just call this the time to instead. Strings of attribute names, purposeless, while attributes exist in the time. Let's just use the comment for time to. Get rid of that. Now go here, give the time to that comment. Type tuple elements and attribute string names. Purpose contains all the attribute string names for all of all attributes modified on both client the client and server side. Okay, so now we need to go ahead and first we'll go through here, this file, and look up all the places that use timedict, and we'll replace it with time. And we want to make sure that when we do this, we're okay. Comment edit. Remember that this needs to access object to timedict. Not because the skeleton data is sent as the adder skeleton click particles, not as click particles. Pretty sure we don't need locations. And actually, receive instead of being true would be, well, no, okay, I'm sorry, yeah, receive, yeah, does need to be true. Yeah. Third show is equal to game, and receive is equal to true, and unclaimed is equal to false. Got distracted. There shows equal to game, so you true, other coin is equal to false. Game, got time click record this. Okay. What exactly was I doing before I got sidetracked with that? Oh, that's right. Okay, so these two use the game. I had this coded incorrectly. I was like, this confused me. It's just threw me for a loop. But I see this was bugged, actually. So this is... yeah, we're just going to get rid of that whole comment. So, if it's the clickable card list or skeleton clicked cards list, we update the... what is this? It's no transfer data. We don't need to see that. Okay, this is game. Yeah, time click card list and then time clickable. So wait, there's all this stuff is actually... hold up, bro. Now, wait a second. All this stuff is through the game, not the client. So, like, all these places where I'm checking the current client timestamp, that's not correct. Is it? Hold up. Let me see something. Oh, and I forgot to do something here. Okay. Let's see. Okay. 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 Alright, I see what I did. I see what I did. Okay, that's right. I was assigning them. Okay, so that's fine. I just need to... Yeah, so these are all done through this current game, not current client. So all those lines need to be changed. Let me put that. Also realized a bug wherein in go check I am referencing the time to timestamps I was stamps via current client, but the timestamps are actually current game attributes. These references need to be corrected to access current game, not current client. Gotta be precise, and you know, it's just the way it is. You thought you had it right, you didn't. So let's copy this again now. So this is all CG except for the one locate, which is time, resituate cards, and the sound. Alright, so let's redo all these other changes we made. Cool. Cool. Alright, now let us go to old new features, old feature storage. This is where old code goes to die. But, you know, I like to keep it just in case I want to, like, hey, how did I have this coded again? Let me go back and see how ugly my code was 2 years ago. This was removed from client file 4.16.24. And this was, damn, I didn't. Damn, again, how did I not copy? I didn't copy. Okay, current client.time. I want that to be there too. Removed this section as it is being replaced by clients.time to, since we no longer need it in big format due to BTM changes. Storing here. Now let's go back over over here, and let us go ahead and finish doing this time dict to time 2. Alright, so this is for skeleton click card. Well, actually, yeah, this is wrong. Let's fix this first before I forget about it. If outer name is skeleton clickable card list, or outer name is skeleton click card list, the client is equal to false, and current client dot time click card list. It's not current client, it's current game. So that's how we're gonna reference this. We're gonna reference this via current game, not by object 1, object 2. We're directly accessing where the timestamp exists, which is timed clicked cards list, and just to verify, that is where it exists. Timed clicked cards list is for the game attribute. It's the game object attribute. Okay. So that's correct now, I think. Yeah, current game dot time clicked cards list. Okay. And I'm just gonna put this note here. To special case timestamps. These are updated via their dictionary. So we have to assign the actual game attribute timestamp to the dict value timestamp to the associated dict value timestamp. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the case. Now, whether or not that needs to be the case, that's a question for another time. I'm not getting that sidetracked. I'm not worried about that. Okay. Got sidetracked enough. So that part is fixed. Current game dot time click cards list. Cool. That was bugged. Anyway. So here we go. How is that the first instance? But okay, here we go. For the client is equal to false, and current client dot time dict click card. So this is now what we want. We want to change this to say current game dot. We don't even want. Yeah, we just want current game dot. What's it? Time clicked card, right? Let's just make sure we got. Let's look this up. Current game dot time clicked card. Self dot timed clicked card. Okay, yep, that's it. So yeah, current game time click card. Or the kind is equal to true. Okay. Alright. Cool. Quite sure I don't need to add a time. We'll call this a time 2. Time 2 timestamp checker, since it's not a value in the time 2 is not a value on the client side. Okay. Cool. Check to see if outer name is in. This is actually going to be time 2. Checks to see if ink data center is later in client side. Time 2. this is going to be client dot time to check okay, if adder name is in client dot time to if current client, nope. Okay, so this is gonna have to be if current game dot time plus adder name current game.time underscore plus adder name. Oops, yeah, that needs to be just adder name. Eval of current game plus time. And now we actually have to, okay, so resituate cards no sound is going to, would throw an error for this because yeah, so this would be bug if we didn't either add a special check for resituate cards no sound, or we would transfer in terms of resituate cards without the underscore. Because currently, if we do eval current game plus time plus adder name, for only this last one, it wouldn't actually update the timestamp, because the timestamp is for resituate cards no sound, not time resituate cards no sound. Let me see. Let's look this up. Okay. Alright. Yeah. So what I got to comment there for, dude? What's that there for? I don't know. So we can either add a special case scenario to check right here, or we could change it to where it's called just resituate cards no sound. Which means we would append. Well, then that means we would have to modify the set adder, because if we did the set adder at that adder name without the underscore, it would call the setter again, which would circularly send it. So this route, doing a special check here, would actually probably be less code, you know, but you could say, like, the proper way would be to have a dir check, change from dir check variable associated with the resituate cards no sound. But, like, that's just extra. We don't need to do that. Because then we got to create a whole nother, like, variable. Just think about it. Like, we would have to create a way for it to only append to the change attribute list, like, in certain circumstances. And how would you accomplish that? Well, by, like, a switch. And for us to have a switch, that means we would create a new Boolean attribute, which would be like resituate cards no sound dir check, and then it would bool, and then it would be equal to false, and then whenever we I mean, that wouldn't be work. That's really not work, but, like, you know what, though? That might actually be an issue for more than just this attribute, because let me think about this. Yeah, because like that's gonna be the case for all these. Let's see. Yeah, see, we have to change all this. See, we have the highlight click cards list rule. Is that transferred? It is. But isn't it derivative? Isn't it derived? All these little side strands. See what I'm talking about? It's like a fractal. It's like a fractal, bro. You start dealing with one issue and then you discover another issue like as a side aspect of that issue, and then there's and then it's like recursive. And it happens again and again, and you get like sidetracked like 6 different ways. So it's like, do I just hurry up and take care of it? Then I might forget what I was working on. So I think I'm just gonna add it to my to-do list and take care of it like that. I feel like that's the safest way, so I don't like forget. Because me being tired right now, especially having not got good sleep, I'm like more prone to just like forget things. I don't want to like forget anything because it's really important. So we're going to. We might not have to. We might not have to modify. We might not have to transfer highlight clicked cards list bool because it is a derivative attribute. Isn't that true? I mean, as long as we are transferring choose multiple cards, well then that raises the same like question of circularity and how do we avoid that. So if we're going to transfer in terms of the internal values, then we're going to be bypassing the setter on the receiving end, which means in that case highlight click cards list bool would not be derivatively assigned, which means we would need to transfer it. But if we do transfer it in terms of the non-internal use value, then and when we set it on the receiving end, we do call the setter, then it would be derivatively set. But well, then that would also be an issue because we have to make it to where this boolean, whenever it is changed, is appended to the change attribute list. So it gets kind of ugly. Alright, so I think that our best bet I'm not sure about this one. I gotta think about this for a second. So, Okay, so here's the deal. If whenever we have derivative attributes that are set like this, that need to both be transferred, if when we set them on the originating side, when we initially change the value, it's going to call this setter for choose multiple cards. We're going to add in code which hasn't been added yet. I'll go ahead and put this, I'll put add code to append to So then we get that timestamp and append it to the change attribute list. And then when we go down here, we will do the same thing for highlight click cards list bool. And then, like, since this one is not a calculated property, we don't have to worry about another level of that. It would append both of these, highlight click card list bool and choose multiple cards, to the correct change attribute list. That would be sent over the network, and then when it gets received, we would apply both of those values on the receiving end in terms of the internal use value. So, like, we would apply the choose multiple cards setter based on in terms of the internal use, so underscore choose multiple cards, and then we're going to modify the highlight the card list bool directly, since it's not a calculated property. So basically the determining factor here, which is going to be like an if check, would be if, like, on the receiving end. So first of all, we want to transfer, we want to send it and receive it by looking up the name well, that's the question, is like, what namespace do we want to send it as? Do we want to send it as underscore choose multiple cards? Because I think that would be easier. We would send it, like when we appended it, we would write, let's just say C1, C2, changed attribute list dot append, and then we put the time dot, well, actually we'll get current time equals time dot perf counter ns, and then this would be current time, this will be current time, And don't we need a timestamp for highlight click cards list bool? Because, yeah, if it's in the time dig, then we need the, so we should actually already have that. Let's see. Let's copy this, go down here, and put time underscore. Okay, yeah, so that actually is a thing already. Okay. Okay, so that's already a thing. Cool. It's a little bit confusing. I didn't mean to exit out of that. Yep, that's true as well, I think. Okay. Yeah, so this would be damn it. Look at it. Didn't I have a special comment associated with this? Where like it wouldn't let me do it in terms of locations, and I had to use locate. I can't really remember. Yeah, that got moved a long time ago. I got them mixed up, you know. No, I'm good actually. Hold up. So couldn't I just change this to be non-underscore and then I'm thinking about this is just really like convoluted with the locations, the time stamp being a class instead of an instance attribute. Like since we don't need filter there anymore. I mean, I'll leave it for reference. It's okay. minutes till break. Alright, it's time for break. I'm gonna take my little 5. Alright, be back. Okay, I'm back. Alright, so as far as okay, yeah, that's right, that's where we stopped. I was thinking about, should I make the resituate cards no sound be an instance attribute? I guess not. It's fine. We'll just leave it as it is for now. We can address that at a later time. I don't want to waste my brain power on something trivial like that. It's purely aesthetic. It's fine as it is. So the only thing that's actually going to be modified as far as if the dirt string is locations would be resituate cards no sound, because everything else is a game object. Because it's a class attribute, so we're going to want to modify the class name, not the instance name. The instance name is locate. The class name is locations. So object is locations, And that means we would say if dir is equal to game, so this would look for locations, that's right. Locations dot time, but we don't put the underscore because it's already transferring in terms of the underscore internal use value. And like if we, like I said, we could transfer, we could just get rid of this underscore right here, and that means whenever we would apply the data on the receiving side, we would just put the we would add the underscore right here as a string, because we definitely don't want to trigger another send over the network. So I think that would be our convention, and I want to put that in things to do is put, I guess this would this fall under the time whenever we're so think of how to word this. Whenever we receive an attribute that needs to be checked via dir timestamp, we first check to see if it is a calculated property. If so, apply in terms of internal use value. But if not, apply in terms of we would have to apply in terms of, well, if it's not, then we don't have to worry about it triggering a circular append, because it's not going to trigger the append, you know, because it's not a calculated property. When we set it, that's the only thing that happens. There's no auxiliary effect from that setting. We just set that variable, and that's, nothing else gets changed. And then in the places where we, during the gameplay, when we do modify the variable, we have standalone appends to the change attribute that are attached to those variable alterations in the actual gameplay code base. So it would be sent when needed, but when received, it would not be sent again circularly. So if not, we can just apply directly, as there is no side effect associated with this action. So I think we'll call this is we're checking for receive adder calc property. I guess that's a good name for it. Implement code in dir check receive, so that whenever we receive an attribute that needs to be checked via dir timestamp, We first check to see if it's a calculated property. If so, apply in terms of attorney's value, but if not, apply directly as there is no side effect with this action. And we'll hold off on that for right this second, and because I got like so sidetracked. It's a little bit overwhelming when you allow yourself to get that sidetracked and you just lose your train of thought. And there's trains of thought, not just a train. There's trains, multiple. So I can't keep track of all my trains. I have to like let a couple of them go. Anyway, so this is we're gonna transfer this one in terms of the underscore because like actually hold up, okay. I have to think about this for a second. Well, not really. We can get rid of this. Okay, get rid of this. So we say if dir sure is equal to game, and I can put DTM incomplete. And then when I'm like done, I can put DTM complete for each of these because let's do it like this. Control Alt, what is it? Control Alt? Yeah. I feel real cool when I do this. Feels real cool, man. It just does. Oops, that's not what I want. There we go. Okay. Now. If dir sure is equal to game, we could just do object and get rid of that underscore because then we would just be, we could use one section. We could say if dir sure is equal to game, well actually we wouldn't even have to check dir sure. We would literally, we would use the object. We could say like the object would be current or other current or other. Hold on one second, I forgot to do this. Alright, I'm back. Okay. So the object would be current game or other game, and that's the terms we want to update the value based on, which is fine. And then if it was locations, the object would be locations. So then it would be object. So we wouldn't have to check dir sure in that case. We would just be able to say if eval, well we wouldn't have to do eval. We would just say if object, well we would have to eval, but we would change it to say object dot time underscore plus adder name, and this would work. This would look for the current game or other games. Well, in this case, it would always be current because this only runs if other client is equal to false. So if it was it would be current game dot time underscore plus choose multiple cards. So it would look for current games time underscore choose multiple cards, which is the timestamp name, because all of them, the timestamp names are the attribute names with the prefix time underscore in front of them. So with the exception of this one right here, the resituate cards no sound. So if we were to remove this underscore from the because what this is if we were to move the underscore from here, this setter, which is the append to the change attribute list, then whenever we are in this else section, the adder name is going to be resituate cards no sound with no underscore. And that means it would properly access the resituate cards no sound timestamp, because the resituate cards timestamp is okay, here it is. I'm tripping. Right here, time resituate cards no sound. So yeah, we don't want this underscore in front of it, because then there would be two underscores. So for it to work for all these different attributes, we wouldn't want it to check. We wouldn't want this underscore to be there. So what we're gonna do is, I made my decision here. We're gonna get rid of this underscore because it's not gonna check for. I'm gonna get rid of it here because this is where it is used as well for reference. And now we're gonna go here, which is when it is appended to the attribute list, which it's gonna look at this name as the attribute name. So whenever we receive it, now this is gonna be the adder name. So when we do object plus time underscore plus adder name, it's going to reference this resituate cards no sound, which is the proper name space for the time to timestamp. I know it's very complicated. This is complicated stuff. It's not that complicated. It's just a lot. It's a lot. That's all. It's a lot to think about. What did that mean? Oh, because I got rid of the underscore. So now we can get rid of this dir string check. We don't need it. We can literally, or more simply rather, do it just like this. So let's go over and make sure this is correct. So then we say else. So if adder name is not any of these listed above, we check if other client is equal to false, current or other string is equal to current, either if other client is equal to true, or other is equal to other. If dir stir is equal to player or dir stir is equal to game, well, we can leave that, but I just realized we don't actually need player right here because no, we do. I'm tripping because there's two subsections here, right? So dir stir is equal to player or dir stir is equal to game. Object is equal to eval cur other string plus underscore plus the dir stir. And then if dir stir is equal to deck, object is equal to master deck. If dir stir is equal to locations, object is equal to locations. If other client is equal to false, then we want to see if the adder name is in client.timetube. We go and check the client.timetube up here, and it has all of these listed in here, and now almost forgot to remove that underscore. That would have been a bug right there. See that? It's dangerous when you have to change things everywhere they occur. It can be a little stressful. Let's do underscore resituate cards on sound and just make sure that we. Now this is going to be without it, because we're not going to transfer data in terms of that. Same thing with this. Alright, we do want to leave that. We do want to leave that. Filter dir is going to be we'll just call it resituate cards of sound. Alright, that is how an internal use value is supposed to be used. It's only supposed to be used in this context, so I really shouldn't have been using it in another context. That's against the convention for the naming system and its purpose. So then that's fine. Alright, so good. We fixed everything regarding that. I'm glad that's settled, because that was kind of like a pain in the ass. Alright, so now we can we're gonna actually assign current time right here. We'll say current time equals time dot per counter ns, and then instead of having that, we're gonna use current time, and we're gonna do the same thing here. Right. Okay. Alright, so that's good. Now that's done. So yeah, current time is equal to time per counter ns, and then we append the timestamp as current time, locations as the dir string, adder name as non-underscore resituate cards on sound, val is the data is val, which is going to be either true or false. Okay, cool. Now, it's not the section we're supposed to be in. I have to put pass right here, I think, so that I can minimize this. There we go. Let me just... Okay. I realized I didn't have a note there saying that. So now we can collapse that correctly. This is all for send. I don't know if we actually finished all this, but that's not what we're working on right now anyway. So this is what we're working on. So we say if other client is equal to false. Okay. If adder name is in client.time to, so in this case it would go to check the time to, and it would be resituate cards no sound with no underscore, because we changed all that, because that's how it's appended to the changed attribute list with no underscore. We verified that, and then it would say if eval of the object, which in this case for resituate cars no sound would be locations dot time underscore plus the adder name, which would be resituate cars no sound, which when evaluated would properly access that timestamp value. Then we say if it's less than the timestamp, which is passed as a argument to the dirtcheck function call, then we want to set the attribute of the object, which in this case would be locations, and because it's a class, it's the class, it's a class attribute, and the adder name would be resituate cars no sound, and we would want to set it to data. But hold up, if we did that, so this is where we would want to check if it's a calculated property, right? Check to see if adder is calc property. If so, apply in terms of internal use value to avoid circular sends. If not, apply directly as there is no side effect by this action. Okay. And I want to say that's true. I want to say that's the way we should do it. Because most of these are calculated properties. And yeah, this is like a calc prop. Let's see. Choose multiple cards, calc prop. Let's just go down the list here. Click card active, calc prop, I'm not sure. Enter continue text active. I don't think that's a calc prop. That one I'm not sure. Game state is a calc prop. Highlight click card, pretty sure that's a calc prop. Highlight click card list bool is not calc. And then input text is pretty sure that's a calc prop. Input text final. I don't think it's. I think it's not a calc prop. So we're basically, I'm just gonna do this the easy way, and we'll go. Oops, how did that happen? Okay, like this. Make a bunch of cursors. Go over here. Paste that. Damn it. That's a question mark. Yeah. So basically, see, the basic thing is you can do whatever you want. Let's go up here, and I keep hitting the wrong key, man. Let's try this again. There we go. And I'll put a few more spaces between it, just a little bit more. There we go. And I'll put this in things to do as a pressing issue, and this is for the, we need to go through a list in at lines number 294 to 315 to list whether or not each adder is a calc property or a direct or a regular property. After this, go through each one, or actually during this process, implement proper code into each adder during this process, implement proper code into each adder to append data to proper changed attribute lists, etc. So this hold up, I want to see. I'm pretty sure. So applying, yeah, because we can't just straight up set the attribute for these, because for lots of these we would wanna apply in terms of the internal use. So yeah, so we say if eval object dot time matter name is less than timestamp, then we would say if. How do we check to see if something is a calculated property? Let's see. I've never done that before. That's going to be cool. I've never done this. Just learning something new. How do you check if a property is a calculated property in Python? How do you check if a property is a calculated property? If is calculated property, okay. But I thought, don't they all have getters? Do all Python class attributes have getters. Sometimes Gemini is wrong. Well, maybe I'm wrong, but let me see this. I thought they all had getters. No, not all Python class attributes have getters. In Python, attributes can be accessed directly using dot notation without needing explicitly defined getters. Here's a breakdown of different scenarios. Public attributes. Public attributes are defined directly within a class and can be accessed from anywhere. Let me rephrase this. Okay, well, it doesn't really matter. I'll ask it in terms of instance attributes next. Yeah, that's what I meant for instance. But actually, I'm using one class attribute and then the rest are instance attributes. But I think it's the same. I think like they would both have getters, whether it was a class property or an instance property. No, not all Python class attributes have getters. In Python, attributes can be accessed directly using dot notation without needing explicitly defined getters. Here's a breakdown of different scenarios. Public attributes are defined directly within a class and can be accessed from anywhere using the class name and dot notation. Okay. These attributes don't necessarily have separate getter methods. Okay. Private attributes. Private attributes prefixed with double underscores are meant for internal use within the class and shouldn't be they typically don't have getters since direct access is discouraged. Okay. Okay. Properties. Properties often a more controlled way to access and potentially modify attributes. They use a getter method, often named property, to define how the value is retrieved when the property is accessed using dot notation. Properties can also optionally include a setter method. But I just, let me ask like a more conventional way. Let's see. Do all Python class attributes have getters? Getters and setters wrap attributes as methods, allowing you to use functionality only available through methods. In Python, we don't use getters and setters because we have properties, which allow us to make attributes look like methods. Wrap attributes as methods. Okay. So I did misunderstand this. Alright, so getters and setters are actually for methods, right? Is that... I don't know if that's true, man. I thought that attributes, aka properties, all had getters and setters. Like whenever you assign, you know, class.property, it internally in the background calls that property's getter method, or setter method rather, since you're setting it. And then when you say if class.property is equal to x, then it in the background calls the getter. At least that's how I understood it. Let's read this real quick. TLDR, getters and setters are used so that people creating classes can upgrade classes without breaking the code of those that use them. Getters and setters wrap attributes as methods, allowing you to use functionality only available through methods. In Python, we don't use getters and setters because we have properties which allow us to make attributes look like methods after Who understands getter setters meaning? Understanding class design, understanding the potential problems of accessing object attributes, understanding blah, imagine. Okay, we don't want to read all that. Yeah, that's. I just want to know. Well, I guess we can use the code Gemini provided actually to check. But I just want to read this real quick. Let's say Python getter setter. Getters and setters. If you come from a language like Java or C++, then you're probably used to writing getter and setter methods for every attribute in your classes. These methods allow you to access and mutate private attributes while maintaining encapsulation. In Python, you'll typically expose attributes as part of your public API and use properties when you need attributes with functional behavior. Properties when you need attributes with functional behavior. Even though properties are the Pythonic way to go, they can have some practical drawbacks. Because of this, you find situations where getters and setters are preferable over properties. In this tutorial, you'll write getter and setter methods, replace getter and setter methods with properties, explore other tools to replace getter and setter methods, decide when setting tutorial. Okay, getting done. When you define a class and object order program, you like to put some instances, use attributes as variables that you can access through the instance, the class, or both. Attributes hold the internal state of objects. In many cases, you'll need to access and mutate this state, which involves accessing and mutating the attributes. Typically, you'll have at least two ways to access and mutate attributes. You can either access and mutate the attribute directly, or two, use methods to access and mutate the attribute. Okay, so maybe they don't have getters like in the background. Maybe that was just something I made up in my head or misunderstood. If you expose the attributes of a class to your users, then those attributes automatically become part of the class's public API. They'll be public attributes, which means that your users will directly access and mutate the attributes in their code. Having an attribute that's part of a class's API will become a problem if you need to change the internal implementation of the attribute itself. A clear example of this issue is when you want to turn a stored attribute into a computed one. Okay? A stored attribute will immediately respond to access and mutation operations by just retrieving and storing data, while a computed attribute will run computations before such operations. Right, like a calculated property. The problem with regular attributes is that they can't have an internal implementation because they're just variables. Okay? So changing an attribute's internal implementation will require converting. So I guess they wouldn't have a getter or a setter because a variable is not, like, a variable doesn't have a getter or a setter. But like I'm thinking, you know, in terms of, I know there's lots of stuff that happens in the background with Python, like code that you just don't see that gets executed when when you use like methods and all that. But I guess I just don't really know the answer to this question. Hopefully I'll find out in a second. So changing an attribute's internal implementation will require converting the attribute into a method, which will probably break your user's code. Why? Because they'll have to change attribute access and mutation operations into method calls throughout their code base if they want the code to continue working. Okay. To deal with this kind of issue, some programming languages like Java and C++ require you to provide methods for manipulating the attributes of your classes. These methods are commonly known as getter and setter methods. You can also find them referred to as accessor and mutator methods. Getter and setter methods are quite popular. Okay, right, and okay. Okay. If you want to signal that a given attribute or method is non-public, then you should use the well-established Python convention of prefixing the name with an underscore. Okay? Okay. most likely use a property, as you'll learn soon. That's why this language encourages you never expose your... Okay, yeah, I don't want to read all this. Okay, so, yeah, here we go. Maybe, I'm probably wrong here. I just learned something new. Let's go ahead and check this. We'll run this code. So, I'm going to copy this, actually. I'll just copy this whole thing. Let's copy this, go over here, we'll go to testing, go to test reminders, go all the way down here. I don't know why VS Code defaults to the right side, whatever. Now this is, okay, let's review this. Class is my class, def init self value. Subset underscore value equals value, def calculated property. This is actually just the line I want right here. I don't want all this extra stuff. I'm too tired to like scan through all these lines. We're gonna do this very easily, nice and class CLS def init self dot x equals 1, and then we'll do at property, and then we're gonna say def y. Isn't that how you do this? At y dot setter def y self and then val, and then return self.y. That's not how that's done. Let me put this next to it so I can see the proper way. Okay, here we go. So it's at the same indentation as the init, and we just prefix it with at property, and then we say def. Okay, so that's right. Def y of self return self dot, let's say underscore y. Now we're gonna have self dot underscore y equals 2, and then we say at y setter. Okay, so that is right. And then we say def y self val. Okay, that is right. I got it right so far. Cool. And now I'll just do val. We'll just say y equals self dot underscore y equals There we go. Now, we'll say C equals CLS, and then we'll do CLS.y equals 3, and then that means then we can print CLS.y, and this should CD Canasta testing pi test reminders, and that returned say new val equals val plus 1, and then self.y equals new val. Now let's run that again. Oops, that's why I'm an idiot. I was doing CLS.y. I gotta use the bathroom. Bathroom break. Okay, I'm back. When you gotta go, you gotta go. So I guess I will count that as my. I'll count that as my 3 hour. 5-minute break. I'll count that. And I might go. I'm gonna go. How long have we been going? We want to do 5 hours. So we're at 3.25 now. So I need to go another hour 45. I can do that. I can make that happen. There we go. Now let's test this. Alright, there we go. Now it's working. I knew. Alright. So, we know that we have this calculated property, y. And here's the setter for it. This is the getter. Now, we're going to check to see if C has adder get y print true. We'll get rid of that print. is instance get adder type of object. If is instance of get adder of the type of object an attribute, and then if it is a property, don't worry about having an instance attribute with the same name. It's ignored in the attribute lookup if there is a data descriptor of the same name in the class. Isn't there an Okay. So it returns true, but you can't use the instance. You have to. Okay. Let me see this. Let's see. Print type of C. Oh, okay, because okay, I see. Okay. Okay, because if you do the instance, it calls the getter. Okay, but what about if we did c.x? Well, that's gonna just give us an int. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's a new thing for me. I've never done this before. This is a little bit. This is something I've never done before. Okay, so we want to check to see if isInstance of the class name dot whatever the property is a property, then that's how we check. Alright, so let's go ahead and role title is property to check if adder is property. That if you want to check if an instance class attribute is a property, then use isInstance will return true if it is. We can actually say z equals isInstance yeah, so either or. Okay, so now we know. So we want to check. We'll say if isInstance of what is the class. So first we want to check, this one we do have to check the dir string to get the class. I'm sure we could probably find a way to retrieve the parent, the class. So let's see if we do CLS. Let me just copy this real quick. And then we can put print type C. If Z equals type C, if Z is equal to CLS true. Okay, so it did print true. You say if Z is equal to class, but if it's not main, does that matter? Like if we were to say import from game import P1 game. Are they not exactly the same? Ah. Well, I'm confused. I don't get it. Like, do I have to import? Okay, so you have to import the actual There we go. Okay, so I see. Okay, alright. I got it. It was my string formatting was wrong. So, we don't have to import. We can just import the object. And then we say Z is type of P1 game. Print Z. Print string of Z, which is the same thing. And then if string of Z is equal to class, so it has to include this lower, less than and greater than if you convert it to a string. If you want to just check for the class name, but you haven't imported the class, you can't do that because Python will throw an error. It will say that class name is not defined. So method number one, import only the object. And then method number two is going to be if you import the class and the object. In that case, you would just say import from test class import game, and then test class v1 z equals type v1 game print z and then you can say if z is equal to game. Oops. Yeah. Okay, so you have to also import got it. Okay, I understand now. And we'll call this importing and type class, type of class instance. Reminder that if you want to check equality of a class instance type, you have two ways to do this. One, import only the instance and convert the type instance to string of type of instance, and then compare if string type instance is equal to string of type of instance is equal to we have to open close class and then CLS Okay, so I need to do... So this is lesson times. Okay, so if we do string type object equals string of type of object, that would give us, let's put this over here. So if the string type of object is equal to the type of the object, which would be, in this case, I should say for locations, it would be actually, this is a, okay, this one is actually a, alright, let's try this one. Class locations. And we'll just do the same thing. Let's say L equals locations. Actually, we're just going to leave it. And then we will... Okay, so now we have to figure out, damn, whenever you gotta learn something new, it takes a while, doesn't it? Okay, so it's just type. So if you get the type of a class, then it's type. So if, let's just see, if z is equal to type. Okay, cool. So that's how we check for, so the type of a class is type. The type of a class instance is the class name. Now, if you imported that class instance, but not the class, then you have to convert the type of the instance to a string and compare it with a written out, like where it says class, got the less than and greater than, and within that it says class, and then the class name in the form of a string. It's got to be all properly formatted. If you import the class and the object, you can just check direct equality like this, where you just say if type, which is z here, of the object is equal to the class name, print true, and it will. And it's like the same case for if you are checking the type of a class. The type of a class, or equality with the type of a class. If you're checking the type of a class, it returns type. So you don't have to import anything. You can just say if the type of this class is equal to type, print true. And this is import the class. And if you want to check equality of an imported type of class instance or imported class, you have three ways to do this. One, two, and then three, which is to since class type of class always returns type, you can check equality by if type of class is equal to type, it will return true. Okay, 5 more minutes and I get to take my break. Oh man, and I'm ready to take my break right now. Drink a little bit more coffee. Okay, I want to make sure I get this right though. So put these tests over there. We can close this. The devlog we'll put back over here. Things to do goes over here. We're in client. Shit, I opened this up again on accident. Okay. So, alright, we'll just write this out. If object is equal to couldn't I just have done this? Couldn't I just have said if object is equal to locations? Damn, I didn't even have to do all that. Well, hold up. I may still have had to do that. If object is equal to locations, and then elif object is equal to current game. So we want to check to see, we're just checking to see if okay, I have to use the bathroom. I'm going to take my break a little bit early. It's, we're only a couple minutes early anyway. I'm going to go ahead and take it. That coffee got me having a piss. Yeah. Ants in my pants. Yeah, that's me right now. I'll be back. So I can just check. I can just check if the object is equal to locations or if object is equal to current game. And I don't even like. Couldn't I just do if object.y is property? Couldn't I just do that? Because all I want to do here is check to see if the attribute here is a property. And if it's not, we'll say if, or we'll just say else, if attribute is not a property, we can directly set the attribute without worrying about circular sentence. So in that case, we could just, yeah. But if the instance is, then we want to set the attribute of the, then we want to set the attribute of the object, but the attr name, it would be underscore plus the attr name. Because in that case, we want to modify the internal value, the internal use value, not the, we don't want to call the setter on it. So this would avoid calling the setter. Now, okay, so I don't know if we'll be able to do that though, because what if, let me just write this, could we actually do this? What if the setter needs to be called for auxiliary functionality elsewhere? See, I never really thought about that, which is just dumb. Like, for instance, if we were to call the, or rather, if we were just to set the x internally on one side, yeah, if we set it internally then that would not set the self-rect center, and we want it to do the exact same thing on both sides. God, I'm an idiot, man. Damn, I'm dumb. Why didn't I think of that before? Why did it take me this long to figure that out? Stupid, man. See, before you do anything, ask the question. Like, can I do it this way? Even if you like think like it's a no-brainer, like, oh yeah, of course I can. No, you might not be able to. Like, you can't just assume things, and that's where I just made this mistake. Damn. So like this, I did learn some things, but I can't actually do that. I have to set them. I have to set them through the setter, which means we have to have a change from dirt check thing. Okay. It's not easy, bro. It's a big project. It's not the easiest thing in the world, that's for sure. But now I understand what I have to do and what I can't do. I should have realized that a while back with this. Some of them I could do that. Some of them, the only thing that happens is, you know, there isn't like a tertiary function, but in lots of them, like this one, the X, it not only sets the X and sets the timestamp, it also sets the self-rect center, which is important. You have to have that happen. And that means if I were to set it internally, skipping the setter, avoiding the setter, that would skip this assignment, and that would cause bugs. So we can't do that. I couldn't do check if she's already received entry with the needs. Yeah, it's got to be rephrased. I couldn't check so that whenever you receive an attribute that needs to be checked. So we have to ensure the associated change from dir check switch is turned on and off before turn it on and off. But if not, apply directly if there's no side effects. Associated with this action. Okay, so yeah, so that's what needs to be done. Oh no, I'm up. What's up, Mr. Brian? Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, he said you was making the lasagna. Yeah, he said that we was gonna make the red beans. I bought the stuff. He was gonna make them. We forgot about the stuff being in there, but I think he stuck to the sausage.
What you see there? Have that removed there?
Yeah.
See the air conditioner removed?
Yeah. I mean, well, it's been cool. I'll put the window open at night, but I mean, if it gets hot, yeah.
I got a little air conditioner in the shed.
Yeah,
he
he said something to me about it. I was, waiting to see with the court. I didn't want to make him set all that up if they was gonna cancel the order or whatever. But I still ain't heard about the date on that, so that might be a few weeks out. So I guess it'd probably be better.
You can put it in the window and just get a block of wood and block when they can't open it.
Yeah.
Put some stuff on the side, whatever they got. It might have the louvers, I don't know. Got two of them in there, a big one and a small one.
Okay, yeah, small one should be fine.
Yeah, just for run at night, because during the day you don't need to cool it off that day.
No. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I'm like at my house, I don't run the AC unless I'm sweating. I don't put. I put it.
I like to be cool when I'm sleeping.
Yeah, well, when I'm asleep, yeah, but like during the day, me and Chelsea would get into it. She want to put it on like 73, 72.
Oh, that freezes me out over there.
Yeah, I said no. You're gonna run the AC all day. I put it on like 78, 79, and then at night, I kick it down to like 70, 74, 73.
Let me see if
I ain't been able to sleep. I've been stressed.